Good morning, guys. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today's currently May 29th. Jumping into the charts here, you have a lot transpiring today. Basically, semiconductors are being hit, commodities are being hit. You have the VIX spiking today. UVXY is up 6.36%. The dollar strong today. Yields are strong today. So you have a recipe for a big downtrending session today. The Russell 2000 gapping down 1.44%. You can see closing at 205. We took puts yesterday, and now it's gapping down to 202. So there's a chance that our 201 puts can get in the money today, and that would be best case scenario for this chart. Ultimately, on the Russell 2000, you can see this bearish pattern on the hourly chart. The downside, if you lose this little neckline, this upsloping neckline, downside is calculated by simply taking this high pivot here, dropping it plumb line all the way down to your little bit of a neckline, and this is just a rough one. And you can see that we have a downside target of about 195 on the charts. What would that kind of align with on the daily chart? Well, if we actually zoom out here, you can see the daily chart has that rather large head and shoulders forming, and that would be your neckline. So right now the Russell is showing a bit of a technical breakdown here, and I do think that there's going to be an intraday bounce to trade, but it's looking very weak at this point. And I think that the intraday bounce could probably take us all the way down to maybe even this 200.5 level. So that would indicate quite a bit more downside. Obviously, this is a pretty big downside gap. Expect some buy the dip buyers to come in here. QQQ also gapping down from this 459 close. Strong impulse candle yesterday. Now you're trapped all that long liquidity, and they're gapping it down. So I ultimately think the prior day low is going to be tested on the Qs. You look at the SPY. The SPY is actually breaking down here, filling its technical gap at the moment and actually below the prior day low. So there's still some relative strength in the Nasdaq at the moment, but we just have to watch to see how much downside is going to be hitting this market. Right now the Nasdaq is down 0.9. Apple slightly negative. NVDA was strong in the pre-market, then it slowly rolled over. It's down 0.43%, still outperforming the market. Microsoft down 0.78. AMD down 2.68. SMCI down 1.91, Tesla down 1.33. The SOXX is down 1.83. So here you have the Nasdaq down 0.9, but you have the SOXX actually underperforming the Nasdaq on a 2-to-1 ratio. So the SOXX is now into this little previous bull flag consolidation zone. If you lose that, your prior day low becomes your next support. So the SOXX, whenever it starts to underperform by a 2-to-1 margin on the Nasdaq, you just want to be careful. Today, Nat Gas down another 3% on the session. Bitcoin also seeing some short-term selling. Amazon, Google negative on the session. Really, there's a bloodbath across the board. I am seeing Canopy Growth slightly green. Abercrombie and Fitch getting a nice little gap up today. I'm just scrolling through the charts here. But ultimately, it's going to be a down day across the board for the indices, unless they do some sort of miraculous buy program. You have airline stocks under pressure as well. American Airlines gapping down 8.63%. So there might be some day trade longs on the airline stocks. We just have to wait and see. Again, one of the reasons that we've been discussing this market potentially about to sell off, oil putting in a strong reversal to the upside. So definitely some sell side pressure in the indices. We'll just have to see. You know, since we got that big gap down on the Russell and we took some puts yesterday, I might look to, good morning Anonymous, good morning Daisy May. I might look to take some profits off those IWM puts at the open. But so far things are going to be under immense pressure. I'm just scrolling through the list here. Trying to see if there's any standout sectors that are showing at least a little bit of relative strength, because you want to try to identify relative strength in the weak market. If we're looking to go long, you know, it's tough to short for day trade. It's tough to short a gap down like this unless you get a retrace into a next resistance. So if you can spot any relative strength, that's generally a good sign. I am seeing XLE down the least, and Staples and XLE. So XLP and XLE are the sectors that are getting hit the least. So definitely, if you were looking for longs in the market, we'll probably stick to staple stocks and energy stocks. As long as oil holds up here, energy stocks should still see a little bit of capital rotating into it. But a lot of the semiconductors are getting absolutely demolished. NVDA, and this is the thing, right? We have the SOXX already down sharply by about 1.8%. NVIDIA is barely down. So are we going to run into a scenario here where NVIDIA can potentially take this market down even more? You know, it's been certainly lifting and grinding this market higher and higher and higher. But at some point, the sell side, the forward expectations of NVIDIA are going to become too extreme, and we're probably going to see it give way here. So there's about 6 minutes till the open. Right now, again, the indices are showing massive distribution across the board. And the question is, does NVIDIA hurt this market more, or does it maintain a lot of its strength? Its prior day high was sitting at 1,064, so you're well above that zone. You're well above that zone. Just looking at things on the airline front, you have the jets down 2.3, American Airlines down the most. Copper today also getting hit, but AAL, huge gap down. I mean, in terms of support that I see AAL on, let's just see what's going on here. Wow, that AAL chart is not looking too good. That's looking like a continuation short. I mean, the only level that I see, wow, that's not a good looking chart at all. I mean, the level would have to be somewhere close here. So the Qs right now are gapping below its 7-day moving average. So look for resistance to be at that 455.64. I do think that they'll try to save it, but just recognize there's a lot of selling today in the equity markets. A lot of selling. Valero dividend on the 30th of May as well. Yep, Valero. That's okay. You know, you might get a little bit of sell side pressure, but again, that's a name that's typically just continuous bids up. So I'm going to look to take a little bit of profits off of the 201 IWM put. Well, I'll see how they open. We got tons of time on the clock, so that date has just gone in favor of our trade in a big way. So we'll see if we can actually get 201 puts in the money today. Our markets will be open in about 1 minute here. 1 minute, guys. All right, markets are open. Let's play ball. All right, so indices are getting bought right back up straight away. You are seeing some buying pressure. The Russell's going lower. Fairly decent bounce coming back into the market. Let's see, the Russell's at the low of day. Members, I just sold half of my IWM put at 360. I sold half of my IWM put at 360. I'm going to move my stop to break even. So a nice 73% off of the open there. Now let's see if there's any other trades. So that was a nice decline in the Russell. I am seeing that SOXS fall lower. AAL continuing to bleed. Don't buy AAL yet. I could see AAL hitting 1138. I mean, it's super depressed in this region. I mean, at the low of day, down 12%, but I could see it hitting about 1134 on AAL. I'll show you this little bit of a trend line that I'm watching. There is a trade level that I'm eyeing up, but it's a little bit lower in my opinion. Just a touch lower. Nat Gas trying to break down here. I mean, AAL, I'm looking at this level here, 1138, 1134 as my potential. Let's look to see how the Qs are doing. You have NVDA trying to bounce here. It's still down 1% on the session. Tesla's trying to bounce. You can see the Qs are holding steady. AAL still coming down here. Still coming down. I'd take an inch at this position, guys. Nat Gas breaking down as well, so that's good for our KOLD. Really good for KOLD. IWM still at the lows. I think we're probably going to see NVIDIA take a hit today with the weakness in semis, but you are getting a fairly sizable bounce in the indices here, guys. Fairly sizable bounce. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to take this market lower. I think that there's a scenario that it can. Right now you have the SOX down about 2%. The NASDAQ has bounced. The Dixie's at the high of day, guys. Dixie is at the high of day. NVDA coming down some more. Guys, get ready to go along AAL. This is going to be a 1/4 position. I repeat, a 1/4 position. And looking for 456.70 for QQ. UVIX call. ARM for a day trade. I would wait on ARM. I mean, it looks like a bit of a potential short setup with the weakness in the semis. But I would wait on that for a little bit. I think we're actually seeing a bit of a bounce coming back into the semis here. AAL trying to catch a bit off of the lows. I never went long, just missed my level. I still like it if it goes a little bit lower, but you are seeing some accumulation here. What else do we have going on? Chewy getting a 20% move to the upside, so my cat didn't give me a signal this morning to go long Chewy. Come on. Where the heck was that? And this is a short interest name, so I think that this one could actually squeeze to about this $22 level. I'm going to watch it very, very closely. It's a strong stock in a weak market today. So, and this is a very high short interest name. So if you start seeing this one squeeze, I mean, this one could be easily up 50% on the day. You know, I never like chasing these earnings plays, but since we've been in an environment where this name has just been squeezing and squeezing and squeezing higher, there could definitely be continuation move just off of pure short squeeze alone. Chewy. Chewy, chewy, chewy. Chewy, chewy, chewy. Abercrombie and Fitch is flying. Yes, it is. SOXS is flying. Chewy's looking a little weak. I might consider a long here on Chewy, guys. Keep your eye on this name. I'm considering a long here on Chewy. A little bit of a pullback. Target, I think, is this 21.15 and potentially 22. Alright, guys, I just picked up a long at 2014. This is a starter position, 2014. Sorry, I actually got filled at 2017. Thought I hit that 2014 bid, but got filled at 2017. Starter position on Chewy. And this is just a pure momentum short squeeze. Looking for a bit of a run. You can see Chewy's trying to catch a bid now. So again, I'm long 1/4 Chewy at 2017. High risk trade. This is just a day trade. FIE and Amazon short tail. Yeah, FFI is a dumpster fire. We're still riding that June 3rd put. It's down sharply on the session today. So again, I'm still riding that one. I like it for a little bit more downside on FFIE. It is getting tempting to potentially close here, but we'll see. So again, we're just long Chewy at the moment. Took some profits off the IWM. ANF 180 today, or 160. Let's look at Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, it's definitely squeezing. Another name that's quite an impressive move. Wow, I didn't even realize it's at new highs. That's crazy because we actually shorted this one successfully. Yeah, that one's a short squeeze in the making. So Chewy's seeing a little bit of weakness. NVIDIA's also seeing some weakness here. AAL's trying to bounce. Nat Gas still seeing some more sell side pressure at the moment. I think I'll add to Chewy at this 1919 zone if we flush into there. Still have an upside target of at least 2115. Some previous supports here. You can see the S&P is still fairly weak on the session. Chewy's trying to catch another little bid. Ram is saying short Amazon, short Amazon, short Amazon. Yeah, it's hitting its daily 7 MA, trying to pierce it. Amazon actually doesn't look too bad. There's worse looking charts in my opinion. Amazon actually looks like it wants to press higher. It's testing its prior day high, so it's a stock that's actually much, much firmer at the moment than some of these other names. Still waiting on Chewy here. Nat Gas again tumbling. It's now down to 272, triggering a bit of a bear flag on the 4-hour chart. So Nat Gas is going lower, guys. Which actually gives the ability, if energy breaks down here, which it's looking likely that it is, believe it or not, it gives stocks the ability to rally. You know, a stock like AAL seeing this heavy downward pressure, it could actually bounce if oil keeps falling here. Guys, I just picked up a little bit of AAL here at 1174 starter position. I know I'm taking it early, but I'm seeing oil really weakening here. AAL 1174 long. It's a starter position, so we're long two names right now, Chewy and AAL. And I will add to AAL down here at 1132. Sorry, I actually got filled at 1172 on AAL. 1172. So we're long and strong Chewy, green, and 1172. If AAL now comes down to this next 1135 zone, that's where I'll add. Chewy's trying to squeeze, guys. Chewy is trying to squeeze. Nat Gas, new lows. NVIDIA is now trying to test 1112, 1113. Really seeing some harsh downside on NVIDIA. Come on, Chewy. Keep squeezing for a new high of day. Give it to us. These animals are hungry. These animals are hungry, guys. We're hungry. Nice call there on Amazon Ram. That's getting a nice reversal. AAL is looking strong. Believe it or not, Apple's gone green. Another day where the Nasdaq is getting clobbered and Apple's strong. So very, very interesting. Oil's still coming down, so is nat gas. Every sector is red in the S&P except for retail, XRT. XRT stocks are still holding some strength here, guys. Chewy still trying to move higher here. You know, you have strength in Abercrombie, some individual names. But NVIDIA is now down 2.4, AMD down 4, SMCI down 4. Nat gas down 4%, guys. Finally seeing nat gas give it up. Chewy still going strong. Can Chewy take us to the land of the profits here? Come on, Chewy. Keep squeezing. High short interest name strong. Strong, strong, strong in a weak market. Come on, AAL. Start pushing up here. Go figure a day like Lulu's strong. Come on, Chewy. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, Chewy. Now up on the session. 22% and climbing on Chewy. We're in the driver's seat here. I'm looking for profit target 1 here at this 21.15. Still riding this AAL. Seeing the Qs trying to firm up here. Dollar's taking a bit of a breather. Yep, 456.70 playing out good so far. It is. Amazon's getting a nice bid. Holy FSRN trying to spike here. Semiconductor bear ETF still coming lower. Sorry, pushing higher. Not going lower, it's pushing higher. SOX is at the lows, guys. SOXX is at the lows. Seeing the semiconductor bear ETF flying here to the high side. Again, all sectors are red in the market. Chewy's still squeezing though, guys. Chewy is still squeezing here. NASDAQ catching a nice little bid here. Oil really breaking down some more. Alright guys, it looks like semiconductors are going to get a little bit of a bounce here. Does look like the Qs are trying to press and take out yesterday's low, get it back above yesterday's low. We'll see. AAL still kind of struggling here in the near term. Chewy still grinding higher a little bit. AAL just sitting right at that level. Get ready to go long SOXL, guys. The Qs, there might be an opportunity on SOXL long. I'm eyeing it up very, very close to here. You're getting close to some 10-minute chart support. Alright guys, I'm going to go long SOXL here, 50. 50.75, 50.75. This is a starter position, long SOXL, 50.75, 50.75. Looking for a move back up to about 51.30, 51.50. So we are long 3 positions at the moment. Chewy, SOXL, and AAL. So we're taking a bit of a stab at the semiconductor long. Shopify still weak today. Adobe's caught a nice reversal. That's looking very, very firm. Yeah, Humana getting wrecked today, down on the session, 5.29%. So nice little bounce in the SOX long. Chewy's taking a bit of a breather. AAL still coming down. Expedia, any idea? Ram G saying, mittens for your cat, please send me your address. That's pretty funny. Let's look at Expedia. I'll pull it up on my other chart here. Just give me a second. Qs, what a ramp up in the Qs there, guys. QQQ just absolutely saw a huge bid. Huge bid off the lows. Semiconductor long is working out okay at the moment, guys. Yeah, Expedia gapping down. This one actually looks like a bit of a swing trade long entry here, guys, on EXPE. Even a day trade, this area is looking quite enticing, from my opinion. Yeah, that's a good little setup, I think, on Expedia, guys. Not bad at all. Guys, I'm looking at a 115 call. A 115 call on Expedia. But not for today, for about July. I'm looking mid-July-ish. Chewy's still trying to rally here. American Airlines still weak on the session. SOXL has hit target 1, guys. SOXL is into target 1. I repeat, if you're wanting to trim here, there's still a chance we can push up to prior day low, but target 1 is being hit on SOXL. I just sold half, guys, and I'm moving my stop to break even. Alright, guys, that's a nice little win on SOXL. SOXL. Yeah, so back to that Expedia chart. I'm looking at 115 calls. The expiry, I'm thinking, is around July 19th. Alright, I'm going to take a Expedia 115 call. Expiry July 19th. Got filled at $1.90. All right, so we took profits on that SOXL, still riding Chewy as well as the AAL. AAL still coming down to the lows. Again, I will add to this position if we hit 1135. All right, so Chewy's still just doing its thing here. Maybe we're gonna see. Maybe we're gonna see AAL firm up here. Markets are getting a pretty sizable bounce here off of the lows. Still have the VIX strong on the session, but the markets have really firmed up here. They've firmed up quite sharply. With the latency, there's always a slight delay with YouTube. Any stream that you pretty much get on YouTube has a small delay. But it's as fast as it can get. Again, Adobe still looking very, very strong. Shopify still seeing some strength. Chewy still at the highs, but coming down. AAL still trickling lower here. Really, you've had some mega caps firm up across the board. Microsoft almost going back to the positive side. Google almost going back to the positive side. Meta almost back to the positive side. Apple has turned green. Tesla got wrecked at that 178 level. Fell a few dollars in a short succession there. Chewy's seeing some sellers. The rest of the market is also seeing some sellers. Guys, it took a little bit early. I just added here at AAL 1147. 1147. So my average is now sitting here at 1163. Third entry is going to be down here at 1133. Chewy coming in a touch here, guys. So no profits were secured on Chewy. Hey, Michael, welcome, welcome. So right now the indices are still trying to firm up, but names like AL are still selling, Nat Gas still selling, oil still selling, Chewy's coming down. MRO up 8%. Whoa. What's MRO doing? Marathon Petroleum. That's a huge move on MRO. Let's look at some of the S&P 500 movers here. This is a little bit delayed. Let's just refresh this for you guys. Well, while that loads, I'll just flip back to the charts here. All right, so the final entry on AAL is coming into play here, guys, at around this 11:33. I repeat, the final entry is coming into play. Yep, Abercrombie and Fitch squeezing. It hit 180. Wow, quite incredible. All right, guys, I just added to my AAL there. I just added to my AAL. My average is now 1151. Still looking for a profit target on Chewy around 21.15. We're long at 2017. AAL is getting a nice bounce now. Nat Gas still at the lows. Semiconductors are really struggling. Tesla's seeing some firming in price action. Looking to get into Newmont calls for July. Can't seem to find any. Interesting. Newmont, eh? Come on, Chewy, squeeze. Come on, AAL, squeeze, 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 squeeze. Our market saw a little bit of sell side pressure there. Alright, AAL's trying to firm up here, guys. Let's see if we can get another continuation bounce. Again, I still have a target on AAL. I think we could bounce to this 1183, especially since you have oil weakening here. I mean, it's bouncing a little bit, but oil's definitely weakening. Yep. Now, there you go, Ram. There you go. Yeah, and that's always a nice thing when you enter position live in the day trade room and it goes right in your direction instantaneously. It's like our Russell 2000 put yesterday. We took that 201 put, and believe it or not, it has the ability to get in the money today. All right, guys, I'm going to just pull a little bit of profits off of Chewy here, guys. I just sold a little bit of profits at 2076, locked in about just under 3% of a gain, so nice job. And I'm going to move my stop to break even on Chewy. Just moving my stop to break even, okay? Still riding AAL. Have not taken any profits there. It's a 3/4 position, but we did take profits on Chewy with a break-even stop loss at that 2017 area. Nat Gas does look like it's trying to bounce here. The equity markets are testing yesterday's low, prior day low on the Qs. Come on, AAL. Keep pushing, keep pushing. AAL getting rejected here in the near term. Again, the move in a lot of these mega caps are certainly impressive. You've actually seen a lot of firming up in price action. quite a bit of price action firming up. So I mean, it does suggest that these indices can actually go a little bit higher. Members, I just reduced some of my KOLD exposure. Took a little bit of profits there. Again, that's just reducing the portfolio amount because it is a fairly decent sized position. I'm still holding a rather large 10% chunk of the port, but I've just reduced 5% of the short exposure on KOLD, just in the event that we see some sort of a bounce here in nat gas. That certainly could be possible in the near term, but I did take a little bit of profits on KOLD. Still think it's going to go lower, but just doing a little bit of risk management in the near term. Let's look at Newmont for Michael. Look at Chewy, guys. Look at Chewy go. This one's, again, high short interest name, strong stock, weak market. It's set up for a continuation squeeze. Yeah, so Newmont on the day is looking bearish. You're under the prior day low. Again, honestly, Michael, I'm not looking to get into gold right now. I think I discussed it in yesterday's video, but this is shaping up to be a bear flag on gold. This is a definite bear flag on gold. This little bit of a bearish wedge, and then if you take it one step further, if you actually trigger this little bit of a neckline, then you can see a breakdown. I'm looking to get into gold somewhere around here, 2260. I think we're going to retest 2260. So I would just be patient. I'm not looking to personally get into it. Guys, 2115, I will be selling another half of the Chewy. It's coming up to target right now. Come on, push up to 2115 and I'll sell another half. And I am going to move my stop now to in the money on the other half, so I'm going to protect this trade, guys. 2060 stop is in place on Chewy. 2060 stop, okay? So that trade is risk-free. AAL still coming down. Intel's catching a nice bid. NVIDIA's firming back up. Amazon at the high of day. Amazon's now pushing back higher here. It's looking fairly strong. AAL still running into some trouble here. Amazon's firmed up. Meta seeing a bit of sellers. Google seeing a bit of sellers. Microsoft seeing a bit of sellers. NVIDIA still down 1.35%. Short of firm, Uber. Let's look at some of these other names. AFRM. Guys, Chewy did hit that 2115. Sorry, no, it was a penny. A penny too low on Chewy. Did not hit it. Yeah, firm under prior day low does look like a bit of a short setup, especially with rates still pushing, VIX still pushing. Yeah, firm doesn't look like a bad one. Breaking down here on the technical chart, I think a firm's probably going to want to test this lower boundary trend line here. You can see all these pivots. It's probably going to head down to this area, this $25 area, maybe even a little bit lower. Let's look at Uber. Yeah, ANF is just a monster today. It does look like an interesting short setup. If it pushes above 180, I'd short ANF. Potentially. $81. What's the daily RSI? 84. I mean, it's still got a little bit of room to run. 84. 4-hour chart. I'll watch ANF, but I'm not going to short it yet. It could actually push a little bit higher. I have a move to about, especially if the indices catch a bit, I can see ANF to about 185, 184, in and around that range. So we'll watch it because it is a short trade. It is a short trade on watch. I mean, the move that it's had is just unbelievably strong. Look at that. Just absolutely fierce price action. Guys, if we flip back to some of these market movers, you can clearly see that Marathon Oil, that's ripping HCA. Netflix is strong. Ulta Beauty is strong today. Go figure, we've been touching base on that one. Some of the weakness, American Airlines, Moderna, Molina, SMCI, Southwest. So a lot of the airlines are under pressure today. You could see ANF hitting 200 soon. No, I don't see 200 yet. That would be crazy. I mean, what would that mean? That would be another push of about 12%. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen yet. All right, AAL still being sold into. I do have one more high coming though on ANF. I do have one more high of day push, and that's kind of what I'm looking to short. One more little high of day push, and I'll potentially get in a short trade on ANF. Alright guys, Chewy just hit our next profit target. I repeat, Chewy did hit that 21.15, actually even higher. I just sold a little bit more on Chewy off of that 2017 entry. So I did sell a little bit more on Chewy, and I am going to raise my stops now a little bit tighter, 20.82. So nice job on that trade. American Airlines just won't seem to cooperate just yet. Abercrombie coming in a touch. Dixie's trying to curl back up. Chewy still at the high of day. Let's look at ANF. Alright. AAL going lower, guys. New low of day on AAL. This one's continuing to bleed. Still all sectors are red of the S&P. All sectors are red. Dick's Sporting Good up 14%. That's another name that can certainly squeeze. Chewy up 25% now. ASTS up 36%. MRO up 9%. Apple up 1%. Hood is up 1.66%. Amazon up 0.6%. Mara up 1.16%. Guys, look at Chewy go, guys. Now, this is just where we enter pure short squeeze mode. Chewy. New high of day. Look at this move in Chewy, guys. Everyone should have been able to get in on that one. Everyone should have been able to get on that one. Dang looking at Dell for a short. Dell. Yeah, big rejection off of prior day high there. Nice little bit of a topping wick forming. Potential hourly chart. I mean, believe it or not, this one could still go higher, but it is looking a little exhaustive in this region for sure. The only reason I say I could go higher is because you really haven't got that divergence yet on the daily. Weekly chart, yeah, that's extended. You do have a weekly divergence, negative divergence, but still a tough short, this one. Dip buyers will continue to buy this name. You know, you're still seeing it strong in a weak market. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to short just yet. We are in a short squeeze environment, and you are seeing names. And this is another one. Chewy just keeps on grinding, guys. Look at this move on Chewy. Everyone should have caught this one. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's stunning. I am going to move up my stops on Chewy just a little bit more now to about this 20.99. Again, most of the profits have been pulled off. We just have runners with stop loss in the money in place. So the trade is risk-free. We're just waiting to see how much juice we can squeeze out of Chewy, but a 20.99 stop is in place on that trade. All right, let's put back the Abercrombie and Fitch chart. AAL still not doing anything for us yet. That's still hanging in there. Let's look at the S&P chart. S&P is trying to grind higher off of this bull flag. Does look like it's trying to press and break. Prior day lows, probably where it wants to retest, and then that's going to be an opportunity for either the bulls to recapture or the bears to knock it down. So the bulls are going to want to recapture that prior day low. The bears are going to want to defend it. QQQ at the moment is above its prior day low. So again, even though you're seeing weakness in the semiconductors today, you're still seeing the Q showing relative strength above its prior day low, whereas the S&P hasn't really recaptured its prior day low just yet. Google strong. NVDA is firming back up, almost going green on NVIDIA. Clorox rebuy at 115. Yeah, you could buy it down there at 115. I see the level you're looking at. You may get a bounce at 125-ish, especially with the 3 weekly bar exhaustion move down. It looks like Clorox is getting a bit exhaustive down here. So it does look like it's coming in for a bounce. Very, very extended to the downside. Even on the weekly chart, it's getting a 3-week bar surge, coming up into some support. Clorox could get a bounce here. AMD short. Let's look at AMD. I mean, I would personally want to wait till the prior day low tap, but it honestly looks like AMD might want to press a little bit higher. Of course, it's going to be whatever the market does. If the market stays a little bit firm, I'd wait. I'd wait until this 165.75. I mean, it could work off this level, but I would personally just wait a little bit more. 165.70-ish, around that region. And you are seeing AMD blasting through that prior day high, so kind of in this pivot zone. 165.75 I think is a better risk to reward short. Shopify still looking good. Humana got a really nice bounce. How's Expedia doing? AAL's trying to firm up. Chewy's still at the highs. Oil's still weak, guys. All right, the market, it does appear like it's trying to push here. Dollar's still strong. The VIX is still up about 8%. The UVXY up about 5.7. Nat gas down 4.44. WTI crude down 0.62. Marijuana stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. You can see the AMD is still trying to push higher. Let's look at the S&P. Qs are now seeing a little bit of sell side. Just a touch of sell side pressure. Abercrombie and Fitch coming down a little bit. Thank you, Whiskey Business. And again, guys, the dollar today looks like it's going to try to recapture 105. So I think the equity markets can push from here on in. But once I think the dollar, the Dixie, hits 105, that's when we're going to get another sell side signal. Good to finally see AAL firming up here. Again, AAL is hitting some pretty strong daily chart support itself. But the Dixie is also on watch for now this inverse head and shoulders. Look at this bullish pattern that's unfolding in the Dixie, guys. You can arguably say the Dixie's coming right back up to test this neckline. And that neckline, I think if the Dixie pushes above 105 today, you're going to start to see these equity markets sell. Even this EMA 113 on the 4-hour chart sitting at 104.89, it's kept you in check over here. So that's even a big level that market participants should be looking for. But that Dixie looks rather strong right now, and it does look like it's going to try to target 105, which is probably when we see S&P 500 and NASDAQ probably start the next down leg in the market. But we are in a technical downtrend on the S&P. Look at that sell side candle on the S&P. That's a pretty big down move. It's a really, really big down move. And Chewy's still chugging along, guys. Chewy is still chugging along. Here comes AAL. Here comes AAL, guys. Come on, push AAL. Push, 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 push. Push it up. So again, the 30-year yield is up 1.14%. The 10-year yield's up 0.92. You have the long end of the curve outperforming the short end of the curve in a very, very big way today, guys. So whenever you see that long end of the curve outperforming the short end of the curve, you just want to be mindful that equities can sell. Whenever you have the short end of the curve outperforming, equities can rally. Right now, we have a huge discrepancy. You look at the US 10Y. That is surging up on the session 0.92%, pretty much trading at the highs of the session. Look at that continuation breakout. Then you look at the US 2Y, and that one is seeing a complete underperformance, actually negative on the session. So again, you have the yield curve slowly uninverting today. It's still a massive inversion, but typically when you see that long end of the curve outperform, that's a huge, huge sell side signal to the equity markets. And as of now, you are seeing the markets under a lot of pressure. S&P coming down. Russell's coming back lower. Pre-market low on the Qs is 455.25. 455.25. Guys, I'm going to move my stop up on Chewy now. I'm going to adjust my stop. Continue to raise stops as it squeezes higher. The trade is risk-free, so I'm going to move it to now 21.12. 21.12 stop on Chewy. 21.12 stop on Chewy. Bitcoin's now seeing some sell side pressure. Bitcoin's coming down. Let's look at that market mover again. You're asking if I see a bottom on Gene. Honestly, stocks like that, the first two positions in my list. Oh, look at Chewy go, guys. Look at the squeeze in the market there. And look what Chewy just did. Huge ramp up there to the upside on Chewy. I'm going to raise stops even more now, guys. Raising stops even more now. I'm going to put it at 21.29. We are going through a bit of a short squeeze here on Chewy, guys. We are up on the trade now. Almost 7%. Whoa, look at that. That is beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. AAL starting to firm up here. But yeah, a name like Gene, or CMD, those high-risk stocks, those ones, again, could absolutely go to zero. So just use your caution when sizing. You never want to go in too heavy on those names. But I mean, it's just a name that we're going to wake up one day. It's either going to be at zero or it's going to be at, $5-10. So it's just more of a lotto play, very small size. Please do not put your portfolio in it because it can absolutely go bust. But, in terms of the levels that Gene is trading at right now, obviously I'm down on that position. That one is more of a riskier trade. But yeah, it's near the lows, 52-week lows again. The only positive thing that it's going for is just a little bit of a weekly divergence on the chart. And if you look at the technical structure, you could even want to push all the way back down to here, 120. But this is a position I'm not adding to. It's kind of hit its maximum exposure in my portfolio. I think it's only about 0.5% or so. Very, very small. But I will not add to that position. There was a chance here where I thought it was going to break out and push, but it obviously got slapped down and rejected. Let's look at that S&P chart again. So you can see the S&P is still trying to push higher here. Same thing with the NASDAQ. Come on, AAL. Nat Gas, new low of day, guys. Nat Gas, new low of day. AAL's catching a really sizable bid at the moment. So let's see if we can get some more profits secured on AAL. It is trying to break out of this little flag pattern. Chewy's almost seeing a reversal at the highs there, guys. Chewy almost tagging our in the money stop. That trade again, we just have runners left on the table of Chewy. And we're holding AAL. And I'm actually interested in getting a short here. The Dixie's spiking, guys. The Dixie is spiking to extremes here. Really, really big spike in the Dixie. I'm not really liking that. The Dixie's now at 104.92. Alright guys, I just exited AAL there for about a 1 cent gain. Nothing crazy, but I did exit AAL for a 1 cent gain there. Just because I'm seeing this Dixie spike here, I'm not liking this dollar price action. I mean, look at that last little push on the Dixie, almost at 105 already. So, I mean, things are looking a little bit, so just moving more defensively and cautious here. I don't like that dollar spike that just occurred. So a monster spike in the Dixie. Bitcoin seeing some sellers, guys. Bitcoin's really starting to come down. S&P moving higher along with the equity markets, along with the dollar. So the S&P is moving higher. So it's been a pretty decent session for us here, from the IWM puts to Nat Gas falling to the Chewy trade to the American Airlines trades. Everyone should have been at least take a little bit of money from this market today. You're still seeing every sector in the S&P 500 red, except for retail. XRT showing some strength here. Members, we did take a brand new trade today. So obviously we're going to watch that carefully. Again, I'm not really liking the fact that this dollar's spiking so much here. So much. Makes me suspect of potentially a little bit of a market decline. Nice job, Michael. 9.8% win. Good job. Good job. So it's approaching 10:30. We've been trading here for about an hour, guys. About an hour. The Dixie's still spiking higher. Chewy going for a new high of day. Stop loss is still in place on Chewy. Nat Gas, a new low of day on Nat Gas there, guys. Look at that dollar spike, guys. Look at that dollar spike. Whoa. That's quite extraordinary price action. Wow, that's extraordinary. The dollar's now at 104.97 and pressing. And you really aren't seeing the markets react just yet. Guys, I'm going to take a short here on the S&P 500. 526.83, 526.83. Just common shares short, 526.83. I'm short SPY. NVDA is still pushing. What a move in the Dixie. And the markets are still kind of just shrugging it off here. So the Dixie's had a sky high rally and the markets are shrugging it off. NVDA going for prior day high. Google Meta still strong. Apple's firm. Microsoft almost gone to the green side here. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my SPY short. Oh, at 527.30. That prior day high was a pretty decent entry, but never ever got to it. Got to add there. Still have exposure on Chewy. I'm going to raise my stops on Chewy to now 21.39, guys. 21.39. My stops on Chewy have been raised. 21.39. Look at this name just squeezing. So again, we're up 7.27% on that trade. Average is 20.17 with a stop at 21.39. Let's see how this Dixie fares now. If it's trying to firm up. Well, you know, you have some strength in the NASDAQ, right? You have strength in the NASDAQ that's keeping the equity markets buoyant. And the markets have had a pretty big gap down already, right? So it's not guaranteed to go down. It's just probabilities state that when the Dixie's rising, you have a very, very strong correlation that shows that the equity markets should go down. It's not a guaranteed one-for-one basis, you know, tick for tick. Oftentimes it is, and we see that. But it's a lot trickier when the equity markets have already had a gap down, because who's to say this gap down wasn't being forward looked by the equity markets? Who's to say the equity markets didn't already priced in the dollar spiking? So I mean, you look at this gap down and it's a pretty big move down already. You look at the move in the dollar, it's obviously a big move. So on a one-to-one basis, it's almost very similar. But obviously if the dollar keeps pressing, and I still think if the dollar hits 105, the S&P should sell. I'm going to add to my short level at 527.30 on the SPY. That'll be my next short level, 527.30. And then basically 527.60. I think I'm only going to do 3 entries on this position, because if we start getting above 527.60, then I mean we could actually probably push for about 528.30. So the Dixie's seeing some sellers getting reversed, a little bit of a wick topping tail there on the Dixie. Obviously that's supportive of the markets going a little bit higher, but we'll see. Chewy coming in. Chewy's about to hit our stop, guys, so just be aware Chewy's about to hit our stop. Chewy just stopped me out, guys. That trade is complete. Nice job on Chewy, guys, if you're able to bank here with us. But Chewy did hit my stop loss. So I'm all out of Chewy for a wonderful, wonderful win there. Again, why we went long Chewy. High short interest name. Extreme, extreme move to the upside. Strong stock in a weak market. Alright, I just added to my S&P 500 short there, guy. 527.30. 527.30. My average is 527.02. 527.02. Nat gas still coming lower at the moment. Abercrombie and Fitch looks like it wants to make another push higher. So I think ANF is still shaping up here for a little bit of a new high of day, and then I think it becomes a short. Go figure, NVIDIA's now turned green. NVIDIA's positive on the session and ripping here, trying to get above prior day high on NVIDIA. Can you believe that? Alright, thanks Michael. Cheers. Sorry to hear about that. That's very unfortunate. Thanks for tuning in though. Nat gas trying to bounce here, guys. Just recognize that KOLD position. Alright members, I am going to move a break-even stop loss on KOLD. I repeat, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on my KOLD position, which is at 47.77. Again, we're short the S&P. We are short the S&P. I think Microsoft's a short in this region as well, guys. MSFT. That one's still just slightly positive on the session. They did turn it green, briefly green there. Again, every sector right now is showing some drastic underperformance. I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, so the S&P is seeing a nice decline as the dollar's going for another spike. You have nat gas also trying to spike off of the low here. Again, we're short the S&P with a half position. Qs are starting to come down a little bit. The Russell's still trading above its pre-market low, so are the Qs, and so is the S&P here. And you can see when we opened up here, there was a brief dip below your pre-market low area, and then they saved it and they've pushed it right back up to your prior day low. I still think that with the strength in the dollar, the strength in yields, the strength in the VIX today, I mean the VIX has been getting faded, don't get me wrong, but I still think that there's a scenario the SPY can push back down to your pre-market low. Dixie making a new high, going for 105 right now on the Dixie, quite impressive. Oil's actually beaten down right now, seeing a pretty harsh decline on oil, simultaneously being pushed back under the daily 200. Yep, condolences there. Alright, Abercrombie and Fitch going back above 180. Again, guys, I have about a 184, 185 short zone on Abercrombie. And again, this one's high risk. Remember, anything to do with ANF is high risk. Dixie trying to take a bit of a breather here. So you can see why the Dixie is running into some resistance here. The dollar. If you draw that pivot from your Thursday, May 9th high to your Friday, the 24th high, that's your neckline breakout that it's trying to get above right now. And you can see it is currently trading above that. But simultaneously, this was your little breakdown trend line. Pivot low to pivot low. So we really haven't tested that breakdown trend line yet. So I still think we could push up there today, which is just slightly a pierce of 105 on the chart of the Dixie. And then if we start trading in above this trend line, then you have to look at the bullish breakout that is potentially trying to confirm here. You know, we're looking for a higher 10-minute candle close, higher than this impulse green candle bar, for a pretty much a bullish move in the Dixie. As of now, the markets are just fighting. But you have had positive moves in a lot of these strong mega cap names. Sharp reversals. You know, NVDA being defended just above 1100. Apple today basically being defended at 189.50ish, 189.40. Microsoft today was defended at around a pre-market low of 425.50. Prior day low 426.60, currently at 430. Google trading at 176.14. They defended Google today pretty firmly off of the pre-market low 174.83. Meta today's been struggling, still negative, but they defended Meta today off of 473.73 pre-market low. Prior day low was around 474.84. So nat gas is taking a pretty big Again, I still have a downside target on nat gas of about 250, 251. That's your, let me just double check that. That's your daily 200. Yeah, your daily 200 sitting at about 251.47. But even on an intraday basis, nat gas is getting definitely extended and so oversold at this region. You know, you could easily expect a bounce back to a pierce of your prior day low. You know, call it 275. It could easily be a bounce. So the S&P is being defended here twice off of this 526.80. So really just trying to consolidate at your prior day low. So clearly it's a big level. So the Dixie's pushing higher, but simultaneously the Qs and S&P are as well. It's really a NASDAQ rally that's occurring right here. Pre-market high today on the Qs was 459.33. So I mean, we're trading at 458.66. I mean, that's over a dollar upside if it wants to retap the pre-market high. You know, the positive for the markets today, even though yields have stayed firm, the VIX has been faded slightly. The positive for indices today is you've had mega caps put in some strong reversals, but you've also had oil decline sharply from a high of over 80.39 today on WTI crude, now trading below 80 at 79.35. So that's a positive for the equity markets. You know, the crude was starting strong this morning, which applied additional pressure to many different equities. And that's moved down today on a technical basis. Nat gas has obviously fallen sharply here on the session. URA is another one that's just been in a consolidation pattern. Still really building a pretty big base here in URA. It's going to be doing something big, obviously. It has broken out to the upside. And we have that $36 target in price. It's currently sitting right on its 20-day moving average. 31.60. Seeing Tesla, pretty interesting price action. It's coming down here sharply. So you can see how even the semiconductor bear ETF here is just consolidating pretty much right at that prior day high. Markets are obviously trying to work through that resistance, but right now the bear ETF is still holding above that gap up zone, an important previous day high over here at that 25.72 previous day low there. So being defended at that 25.72 remains bullish for the bear side of the SOXS here, bearish for the S&P. Alright guys, I'm going to look to take a step away from here, from the markets, have some lunch, take a break. I'm looking for a target to about 526.60, target 1 on the SPY short, target 2 about this lower boundary trend line. I do think these are pretty conservative targets in my opinion, especially with what we're seeing today. There is quite a bit of sell side pressure with every sector in the S&P negative. Even with the strength and reversals in some of the mega caps, you're seeing a lot of selling today. Keep your eye on that VIX. The VIX got faded. Will it make a higher high? That's the question. Yields are certainly applying a pressure to the market right now as well. You have that 10-year yield continuing to press. It's up about 1.27% today, 4.61. It's outperforming the short end of the curve. The Dixie has just skyrocketed and now back above 105 today. So that US dollar index is now breaching another critical whole number. Now, is it extended into some resistance? Yes, it is, but it can absolutely just stay elevated, and 105 is going to be a big area. And I'm just going to close my SPY short here just for a small gain. 526.83. I do think it'll go lower, but ultimately I'm just going to step away here and we'll just manage some of the swing positions. But that US dollar, as long as it remains firm above 105, equities should still see some downward pressure. Yep. That Dixie's strong. So the Dixie strength is continuing here. We're seeing a 105 press. NVDA trading at 1143. Microsoft still negative. AMD, SMCI, Tesla, AVGO. The SOXX is down 1.5%. Nat gas down about 5%. Bitcoin down 1.14. MSTR down 2.71. Coin down 3.92. Mara was green. That turned red. It's now down 0.63. ARM is down 2.95%. Amazon's still green. That's up 0.63%, showing some positive strength. Canopy growth down about 2.95. Aurora down 3.3. Vale down 1.3. Crude down 0.91. Gold is down about 0.75%, trading at 23.42. Silver is actually interesting here. It's trying to show some resiliency off the lows. It's trading at $32. Silver is actually looking pretty bullish. Bitcoin right now is trading at about 67.5. Putting in some bearish consolidation. On basically the hourly chart. So we're seeing the Qs coming down here a little bit. S&P is also selling off. Nat gas is getting a little bit of a bounce here, tiny bounce. Crude oil trading at 79.20. Google's making a strong press. Meta's curling down. Nvidia's now curling down. Look at the SOXS. It's now testing it's above its prior day high. It had a strong 5-minute close, going for another 5-minute close. 4 minutes left in this candle. So here comes another move down the S&P. You are seeing the NASDAQ under pressure. And honestly, the 10-year yield is at the high of day. So as long as the 10-year yield stays at the high of day, that's probably also even a better barometer than the US dollar right now. So you're seeing a really considerable move higher here in the SOXS. S&P is hitting that little minor support trend line, connecting this lower boundary pivot. If it breaks that, I mean, you're looking at double bottom. Yeah, you could have a breakdown to about 524.50 here. It's about almost a $1.90 drop on the SPY. The Dixie just made a new high of day. It's the 10-year yield, trading at 4.61. Bitcoin's also seeing some sellers. NVDA trading at 1136. Nice 10-minute decline, 20-minute decline on NVIDIA from the highs. Q's, coming up short of its gap fill, seeing some sellers now. Currently down about 0.5% on the Q's, 0.55. Russell's down 1.3, SPY's down 0.65. So even with the SOXX semiconductor bear ETF down 1.91, underperforming the major indices, you're still seeing the Qs outperforming everything else at the moment. And again, we have seen this phase where mega cap stock gets bought up in full fashion as interest rates rise because they have better balance sheets, more cash. They're able to withstand the market pressures. Huge technical breakdown there in the markets. Massive technical breakdown there on the SPY. Let's see how it reacts over the next 4 minutes. But not a good close there. Getting bought up pretty quickly there. Can you believe, guys, one of the strongest stocks in the market today is Chewy. Chewy. That one just continued to press all day. And honestly, it probably has more gas in the tank. It's, even though the S&P is selling off, Nasdaq selling off, the Russell trading at about 202.41, still above pre-market low, but looking rather weak. So Chewy was a monster today, and honestly, the daily and weekly chart of Chewy looks kind of interesting from a continuation standpoint. You know, the major resistance just on a trend line basis is obviously this trend line that we're into right now, but if this can consolidate in this upper region, there's no reason why Chewy can't make a stage for a bigger reversal. The next level you need to look for is trying to get a weekly close back inside this 22.32 pivot zone. If Chewy can do that, I mean, if we can start closing inside of that 22.32 zone, you could easily have a squeeze to about 30 on Chewy. So keep that name on watch. That'll be interesting. But yeah, definitely extended on a daily chart basis, but can go higher. S&P is coming under pressure in the near term. Gas at 269. Apple, Microsoft, NVDA, Meta all seeing some downward pressure at the moment. RAMG, SPY made 40% on SPY put trade. Beautiful. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, it was a nice clean entry off that 527 zone where we started accumulating. Right at that prior day low, your resistance pivot. Let's look at Dixie seeing a little bit of selling. Nice job, Whiskey. Take care. So we are seeing crude oil bouncing a little bit here. Nat gas, is the selling has waned. It's actually trying to put in a little bit of a short-term basing, intraday basing formation to attack the next prior day low. It is trying to firm up here. The IWM has been weak. Obviously it had that big dip below this key trend line. Now it's melting away and trying to hold this critical pre-market low. I'll show you on the chart. So if the Russell loses pre-market low, that's going to be very bearish. Very bearish on the IWM. As the market's declining, Intel's catching a little bit of a bid. Semis are seeing a little bit of distribution down here. Tesla curling down. Apple weakening. Meta softening here. Right, I'm saying dirt cheap SPY calls. Let's play, guys. Yeah, Qs could be wanting to try to bounce here and put in a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern. I do think that we can go lower, but need to be mindful that things can definitely bounce in short fashion. You could bounce here and create a right shoulder all the way back up to the high 457. You have your left shoulder forming here. And the QQQ is still much, much better than the S&P on a relative strength basis right now. Qs are above prior day low, S&P is below prior day low. So much better. If you're looking to long, probably the Qs are better. SPY is obviously a little bit more oversold, but Qs would definitely likely be the better trade. Yeah, right now it's a pretty low volume day too in the market, guys. This is a pretty low volume gap down. There hasn't really been that much more selling or buying for that matter. Tom saying there's be interesting to see if there's studies that show the reaction on indices to the Dixie spikes or drops. Yeah, I think there would be some pretty interesting reactions there. Definitely some correlations. Dang, ANF firms up to 180, could come down to 145. It looks like a swing short. Yeah, ANF again. I've been watching it. You know, I still have a target a little bit higher. So pretty important. Are we creating a right shoulder here on the QQQ? Obviously your neckline would be through this pivot, these pivot lows. Just going to take away one of these moving averages. So the EMA 113 is being defended here on the 3-minute chart. Just to see what we're looking like on the 2-minute. Again, my level in ANF, I'm looking at about what it does around this 184 level. You know, even with the weakness in the market today across the board, you're still seeing some high short interest names squeezing, some high speculation, which tells you that, you know what, these names can go higher a little bit longer than we think. Chewy certainly is an example. ASTS, there's a few other names, but don't get me wrong. Is it extended up here? Do I think that if someone took a trade at 180, 181, will they eventually come back in the money? Probably. So get ready. I mean, there is a short trade coming up, especially if we start squeezing off of this final, you know, impulse move that I'm looking for. I'm looking to accumulate, what do we have, 19%? 184. Above 184. You are seeing the equity markets a nice sizable bounce off of the lows. Dixie's selling off a little bit, but still holding above 105. Yeah, you should go for a bike now, Tom. That's a good call. Alright, guys, keep Abercrombie and Fitch on watch here, ANF, for a bit of a short trade. And honestly, I mean, we're looking at a day trade here, but even a swing short in this region, I think, is an opportunity that can be explored. Just keep in mind, this is a high short interest name that can squeeze, and its market cap in terms of, you know, the stock market is really minuscule, which is always an additional risk. You know, Abercrombie and Fitch's market cap right now is about 9.29 billion. Average 30-day volume has been about 1.31 million. And today, I mean, it's upwards of 3.97 million. Huge, huge. So, small market cap, triple the amount of volume. Yeah, it's a recipe for a squeeze continuation. So, could... You know, most metrics in this area are saying super, super extended. Crazy, crazy, crazy overbought, but it's just at earnings. And I guess the market feels it wasn't priced fairly. Valero's getting hit pretty hard. Crude oil getting hit pretty hard. Nat gas is trying to firm up here just a touch. Intel firming up. American Airlines still weak on the session. AAL has kind of just been a dead trade, you know, not much volatility off of the lows. Just immense sell side. CGC went green. Nice recovery. Yeah, good observation. Definitely bouncing off of the lows there. Quite interesting. What's that mean? So yeah, and I guess the Russell caught a little bit of a bid there, but CGC getting some volume off of the low there. Yeah, S&P's coming down a touch here. Again, US 10-year yield still holding the high of day. Dixie still pressing for another high of day. ANF is coming down a touch here. So it does look like a potential head and shoulders might be trying to play out here on the Qs. If we break this neckline, we're going to pierce prior day low and try to test your pre-market low. So right now we're just in a holding pattern. Obviously, if you try breaking out of this downsloping trend line, you'll push for this previous high pivot. If you get through that high pivot, you're looking at your pre-market high. But the trend right now is favoring downside, especially with the S&P lagging, the SOXX semiconductors lagging. You still have strength in the dollar. Speaking of the dollar, as of now, the dollar just put in a brand new high of day. So that does not support accommodative price action in the equity markets. You have the 10-year yield still trading at the high of day, up 1.27. Gold, silver trending a little bit lower. A lot of red on the screen across the board. Abercrombie and Fitch still squeezing. Nat gas pressing lower. And then simultaneously, you could be potentially putting in this little bit of a bottoming formation in the semiconductor bear ETF, SOXS. If I actually flip to the regular chart, there is a bullish gap up here on the SOXS, now forming a bit of a right shoulder. There's a potential for this pattern to trigger and if that triggers, I mean, if you break this little pivot high neckline, that triggers a pretty decent swing tradable opportunity of about 8% of upside. Obviously it hasn't triggered yet, but that gives us a move back to about 28. If we look at the actual SOXX today, you can see that head and shoulders, we're in this little bit of a support zone right now. You could easily flush down to the low end, you could easily push to the high end. You're just in this choppy range below your prior day low. And again, notice the relative weakness in the semiconductors. The SOXX is trading below its prior day low, but you look at the NASDAQ QQQ, that's actually trading above its prior day low. So that's definitely not something. Typically, I like to see the semiconductors leading. One of the reasons I have to lean more bearishly on the market is because the semiconductors are lagging. Whenever you have semiconductors lag, that's a concern. You know, it opens up the possibility of NVDA seeing a little bit more of a decline, and then that could put pressure on the overall QQQ indice. So we just had the US 10-year yield make a new high of day. US 10Y continuing to press here in the near term, trading at 4.616. So it was up about 1.36% on the session. That, again, should force the QQQ maybe to fall back below its 7-day moving average. On the daily chart, the Qs are still holding up fairly well. Let's pull up that daily chart. So the Qs are still fine right now on a daily chart basis, even if they fall below the I don't have the 7-day, but the 7-day moving average is sitting right around 456.39 on my chart. We are seeing a bit of sell side pressure at the moment. American Airlines is trying to firm up here. Abercrombie and Fitch still looking to press. I think there's going to be one more push higher. I know I said that the last high, which we did get a new high. There should be one more push higher. So far, the S&P right now is down 0.65. Qs are down 0.53. Well off of the lows on both indices. IWM down the most, 1.32%. Dixie again trading at the highs. Nat Gas just made a brand new low of day. So you can see Nat Gas is falling pretty sharply here. Nice move down in Nat Gas. So a really sizable decline. Nat Gas now right now is down about 5.7% on the session. I just sold a little bit more of the nat gas short, the KOLD, with members. Tom saying, do you think the 1 minute wedge pattern in the SPX is relevant? Smaller time frame, I mean, you can get a quick sharp move off of it, but in terms of anything that lasts, probably not likely. Let's see, wedge pattern on the SPX. So you're looking at it like this. I don't know if you're looking at it like this trend line, which we're trying to break through right now. And you could have these lows. Are you looking at it like that on the SPY? So if we put it on the SPX, you could have a very immediate one here. This is actually more of a bearish wedge. This is a wedge pattern off of a bigger flagpole. So your flagpole off of this pattern is actually like that. I mean, this wedge can push all the way up, you know. It could be extended in nature, but this is more of a bearish wedge on the SPX than anything itself. You know, the Qs are trying to break out a little bit here. The SPX is trying to firm up a little bit, but still the immediate pattern looking a little bit more bearish, even though it is trying to firm up. Look at the SPY. You do have the Dixie softening just a touch here, so that's helping price action. And now if we get rejected here, we're likely going to go down to the low end of the range, 526.22. Again, that gas still under a lot of pressure here in the near term. A lot of pressure. Abercrombie and Fitch still trying to move higher. You have NVDA at 1138. Microsoft is firmed up. Amazon's curling down at the moment, seeing some sell side. Tesla's had a nice little move higher in the short term. Nat gas continuing to fall here, guys. Oil's settling around $79. Good KOLD go. That was a huge rejection on the S&P 500. Look at that candle down, guys. That was a monster rejection. Look at that. That's a huge, huge downward candle. Sending the SPY lower. This could be a potential bear flag wanting to play out here. You're looking at nat gas. I could see nat gas extremely oversold here in the near term. Into some support here. You see they've breached this channel. That we've been really a sell-off from the prior day high has been pretty immense sell side pressure in nat gas, the overall market. But I think nat gas can get a bounce here, try to recapture, test this channel. But just complete downward shift there in the market. I mean, you look at that move, and that's a hard down candle in the S&P 500. We are falling pretty sharply here. Beautiful. Yep. Look at this wedge pattern. I mean, that should yield some pretty serious downside if we break that area. Really no spike in the Dixie. You do have the 10-year yield making a new high of day. The VIX is spiking. Finally seeing NVDA break down back to the negative side again. But in terms of the sell side pressure, you are seeing Bitcoin coming down. Qs are staying a little bit firm. Right back down to the low end of the range. But it just shows you how fast things can sell off and bounce simultaneously. Another decline in the S&P 500 there. Now we run into a scenario where NVIDIA is still showing some strength. Will NVIDIA sell off at all? Or is this just going to be an S&P 500? Is the semiconductor bear pattern going to play out? Are we going to break out of this bear pattern on the SOXS and push to 2654? At some point, NVIDIA should see some profit taking, but at this point in time, with the sell side pressure there, that candle, NVIDIA actually pushed up. So very interesting. People selling the indices now to chase NVIDIA higher and higher. Bitcoin's at 67.2. Nat gas seeing a tiny touch of a bounce off this region. Dixie still at 105.06, and that 10-year's at 4.62. It's still pressing. Still pressing. So the S&P is trying to see some more selling in this region. Semiconductors are trying to hold up, but also trying to succumb to a little bit of the pressure at the moment. VIX is trying to spike and trigger a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart pattern. So there's a bit of a bullish pattern trying to trigger on UVXY, which has to be monitored closely, because if you can break this inverse, then that's showing some substantial degree of upside. And remember, we want to favor some bullish price action potential here, because you're still above that prior day high on the VIX here. So downside protection is being accumulated off of this pattern, which suggests obviously you want to see a 5-minute close above that little area, which we just got. So now, I mean, there is a potential that we could push all the way to 2768 on the UVXY, which would give another high of day, which, believe it or not, should cause the S&P to trigger a little bit of this bearish formation that's playing out. You do have a head and shoulders potential. And the volume is light though, so any pattern can reverse, but the trend right now is still favoring downside. So if you were to break down, you're looking at a 524.77. Between 524.50, 524.77. Looks pretty feasible. Still watching that 10-year and the dollar. If they maintain their strength, that should play out more likely. You do have Abercrombie and Fitch making a new high of day there. So ANF continuing to squeeze. A lot of red on the screen, guys. A lot of red on the screen today. Abercrombie and Fitch is squeezing. All right, here's the next trade, and this one might be a swing short as well. You know, I think any position that I accumulate in this region, I think I'm going to hold overnight. Risky, but definitely looking at an 184 pierce here. So I'm going to start with a 1/4 entry. So again, get ready on Abercrombie and Fitch. I'm going to start with a 1/4 position. Let's recognize this could even push up to about 190 today, ANF. I'm looking to accumulate every couple dollars. I might even let it pierce 184. I'm looking at even the upper end of this trend line, so even more closer to 185 looks probably a better conservative entry. So anything above 184 but closer to 185. S&P still putting in a bear flag off of a larger bear flag formation where there's a head and shoulders below prior day. So the S&P is still looking relatively weak. American Airlines finally getting a nice little breakout. I'm seeing Tesla reversing. Meta continues selling right now, and Meta down 0.78. Amazon's reversing from the highs sharply here. NVDA is seeing a little bit of a breakdown. It's a very big breakdown in the indices right now. You saw ANF take a little bit of a sell. The semiconductor bear ETF is getting a spike to the upside, potentially trying to trigger a little bit of a bullish breakout, but seeing a bit of buy the dip. QQQ on watch for a head and shoulders breakdown. Dixie at the high of the day. Yields at the high of the day. So you are seeing a bit of sell side. DEC also seems to be a good short right now. Let's take a look at DEC. Wow, look at American Airlines go. Jeepers. Crazy move on AAL. S&P's getting saved there. Yeah, DEC's at what, 1,073 here. Definitely extended. Let's see this chart. Yeah, I mean, that's also on watch. That's one of those other names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks of consecutive upside. Alright, so Qs are trying to come down again. Yeah, that monthly chart too. You're getting that first monthly chart bearish divergence. Wow. Quite extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. Yeah, I mean, DEC is another one of those names that, what's its market cap sitting at? But we're seeing a nice sell side pressure coming into the indices here, guys. A lot of sell side. Again, that SOXS is ripping. I'm still looking at ANF above 184, like 185 I like, but SOXS is now triggering this breakout, right? So here you have a breakdown in the major indices, and you have a potential breakout in the bear ETF. Abercrombie and Fitch seeing some downward pressure at the moment. So the Qs, the dollar's at another high of day. You're seeing NVIDIA weakening here. Google, Amazon curling in. Google, Amazon's well off of its prior day high. Let's look at DEC here for Bitcoin, also under a little bit of pressure in the near term. You know, DEC, it makes me think that they're going to try floating DEC up to about 1100. I think it's looking like with these two strong closes, don't get me wrong, it's so extended. I mean, crazy, crazy price action. This could be the top candle today, but part of me thinks that even with the weakness in the market, this name really hasn't sold off that much. And I mean, you've still seen XRT, right? Retail. Still really only flat on the session when the S&P, NASDAQ, Russell's getting kind of clobbered here. So some of these names, I think like DEC and ANF. We just need to still be very careful with them because retail is still showing, just in the positive term, just in the very near term, some weakness. I do think they will go down, but if you're a stickler for price, or if you're playing with short dated options, you got to be always watching the price. But the QQQ and the S&P has now triggered a head and shoulders pattern. So two bearish formations on both leading indices have been triggered. So you can see it on the SPY 1 minute chart. And then ultimately the Qs, you can see it on the 5 minute chart. And this formation should take us below prior day low, and really nothing good happens below the prior day low, especially since the S&P's already been trading below prior day low and got rejected pretty firmly off of this resistance earlier. So the markets are seeing a little bit more selling. Tesla, surprisingly, is actually holding firm. Sell side pressure is being observed in some of the semiconductors. You are seeing the SOXX break down here a little bit. The SOXX is starting to firm up here. Semiconductor bear ETF. It's trying to put in another 5 minute confirmed candle high. So in the next 2 minutes and 37 seconds, we could have an inverse head and shoulders breakout here on the SOXS. So we're going to watch this pattern very closely. And then inside the mini formation, the small time frame formation, you actually have a larger one forming as well that we discussed earlier. So whenever you see two formations, you always just want to be paying close attention because it does swing probabilities a little bit more favorable. As of now, you are seeing the S&P bouncing pretty sharply, and again, one of the things you said was light volume in today's session can create big moves in both directions. You can get really big pumps. You got a really huge dump here on the 1 minute chart of the S&P. You could easily get an impulse green candle. Yields, dollar still strong, VIX still strong. QQQ just is doing a back testing its little neckline now. So we should probably be paying close attention to what the Qs do here, because the Qs are back testing its little neckline resistance at the moment. And it is firming up. Abercrombie and Fitch again consolidating, still looking for a move above 184, but more so 185. I think we could see it hit. The dollar's coming in a touch here. Gold is down about 1%. Silver seeing some sellers down about 0.3. Qs are getting a nice bid here. So it does look like the S&P is probably going to try to test this high channel. You are running into a little bit of a trend line here. But nice, superb bounce off the lows, and ANF putting in another high of day, guys. So this ANF trade is it's coming. It's coming up very shortly here. So ANF is still approaching. 184 was where it technically enters my zone, but again, I just think because we're getting a market push here, we want to be a little bit more cautious. Obviously, the high end of this wedge is sitting right now. It's still an upsloping target, so 185 appears to have 185 now. But again, sizable bounce there in the indices. Really, really big bounce. Natural gas is getting a tiny bit off of the lows. Abercrombie and Fitch now trying to squeeze here, guys. So again, we have a day trade opportunity coming up here. Staying on the mic because we do have an opportunity. Hey guys, Abercrombie and Fitch ANF is coming into a short level here, so we are watching it. It's above 184. I'm looking above 185 now. S&P is trying to turn green, so keeping that level on watch. ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch. It's been squeezing off of a strong earnings report. Super risky, with its market cap being pretty small, but definitely a power move to the upside. We have some data in 30 minutes, 7-year note auction. Thank you, JP. Abercrombie and Fitch trying to go for another high of day. A little bit of volume increasing, but we're looking for a little bit of a blow-off top reversal, even something that could potentially break and pierce the high end of this wedge pattern, as if it's squeezing higher through. So let's recognize that we're extending this range, but we can even go up to 190 today on ANF. And if we consolidate, my target has to go higher. S&P's pushing. Big breakout there in the SPY and the QQQ, a nice push higher. Still could be forming a very large head and shoulders. Abercrombie and Fitch is now so ANF again is starting to squeeze. I am looking for a bit of a short opportunity on ANF. Go figure, my trading monitors alerts scared my little palm. Alright guys, we're starting to move higher here. Guys and girls, Abercrombie and Fitch now at 184.63. Markets are getting a little bit of a momentum boost here late into the session. A little bit of selling coming into ANF. A little bit of selling. You can really see that ANF triggered this inverse head and shoulders here on the 1-minute chart back here. So if we look at where the breakout occurred, that's giving us a target of Abercrombie and Fitch actually above just a pierce of 186. So if we adjust, and again, Abercrombie and Fitch bullish pattern, breakout through the neckline, back test, higher high. Upside about 186.22-ish. Definitely some profit taking though coming in as the S&P starts to sell. Notice how Abercrombie and Fitch within like a couple seconds saw the downward move before the SPY. Quite interesting. Thank you, Daisy May. Please remember to like the stream. And you can visit my website at tradingcapital.ca, link in the description. Check out to see what we're offering. Our members have taken a couple different positions lately, closed a few, taken some profits. Tesla catching a nice little bid here, trying to create a little bit of a breakout, actually trying to go green on the session. So Tesla's trying to firm up in the near term. And again, a lot of people are watching Tesla and what type of patterns forming? Is it a bull flag? Is it a bear flag? Is it what is really going on with Tesla? Nice little breakout candle though. Looking like it wants to retest its prior day high. That's certainly showing some squeeze and momentum. Might be some news there. Nice surge in Tesla. Wow. Look at that move. That's a power candle, to say the least. But really, when we look at things, are we putting in a bottoming formation? Is this a inverse head and shoulders on Tesla? Is it a bear flag, off of this high pivot? A lot of different patterns potentially trying to play out here in this Tesla chart. But the most immediate one I think that we can pay attention to is this wedge pattern. Everything else is pretty much noise right now. If you get a daily chart breakout out of the wedge, favor the bullish inverse head and shoulders. If you get a breakdown out of the wedge, then favor the longer term head and shoulders. Tesla's still technically trading in a bit of a downtrend. So bearish price action should be favored just in the near term. SPX analysis, please, for today and up to coming Friday. Yeah, again, it's a crystal ball. I'll look into my crystal ball for you, Ram. So daily chart right now. You're technically on the SPX coming up into your previous high pivot breakout support. So bullish, as long as you're staying above support, the S&P can bounce here. The S&P can easily stay above this high pivot and just try to maintain. Keep in mind, we still have month end coming. Oftentimes you do see a little bit of window dressing. Typically they like to keep stocks elevated and buoyant into the end of the month. But you're technically bouncing off of support today, off of the markets. It's being defended. If the S&P can close above your prior day high, then that would be a slight bullish close, and you could favor some more price action. But as long as you stay below prior day low on the S&P, that's favoring bearish price action. A lot of selling still. Again, I think my analysis, I have to lean bearish too. When you look at the dollar, when you look at the yields, they've taken, a pretty big ramp up here recently. And that should apply pressure. The 10-year yield trading at 4.62, outperforming the long end of the curve. Gold and silver are kind of believing the price action right now in the near term of the dollar. You're seeing some pretty harsh selling. Let's look at the gold chart. I want to see if that bear flag is actually triggered. See, this gold bear flag is potentially trying to trigger here. So that's looking like it's almost becoming a bearish move to go lower, which does dictate that, that Dixie chart should continue to press higher. We look at the dollar chart today and holding above 105 right now, still looking exceptionally bullish. All right, guys, Abercrombie & Fitch is squeezing here. ANF is getting the high volume reversal that I'm looking for. 185 target is hit. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet, guys. 185 target is hit. I'm looking for a little bit higher, but this is now the short zone. This is the impulse candle that I want to see at this high area. I want to start seeing this volume come in. I want to start seeing these large moves come in. Come on, one more little spike higher on ANF, but 185 target did hit. I repeat, 185 target did hit. I'm not in yet. I want to see if we get one more move higher. Come on, there should be a little bit more of a move higher. We should try to test this upside target of 186.20-ish, 186, this wedge pattern, but really anything in this wedge pattern at the high end of this wedge provides a great risk to reward entry in my opinion. They might want to spike it even through the wedge because it's a small cap stock and it does have momentum behind it, so you can get some pretty incredible amounts of capital coming into things. But we are seeing that spike, that volume that I like to see at the highs, where you get that quick impulse candles to the high side. Like we had a nice quick, I thought it was going to continue, but we're getting very close to a potential bigger candle spike, almost a blow off move to say the least, and then potentially the reversal lower. So keep your eye on A and F. I'm very close to executing a short trade. SPX price target, I think they're just going to chop us in a range for now. They're just chopping us in a range. Here comes ANF, guys. Another high of day. Another high of day on Abercrombie & Fitch. S&P 500 is also spiking here in the near term. So again, I'm going to try to accumulate every couple dollars on the day trade short side here. S&P is still pushing higher here. A nice push in the S&P. A really sizable push coming in. NVDA breaking higher. Microsoft going for new high of day attempt. Google putting in a new high of day. Meta seeing a sizable rally. Huge move coming into the major indices. QQQ is technically testing a bit of a short zone here. And the same thing with the S&P 500, testing your prior day, nearing this vicinity, is technically where you would look for a short entry again, just like we had here. But I'm looking at shorting Abercrombie & Fitch. I think we're going to get I think there's going to be a blow-off move here, guys. I'm looking for a sharp squeeze and then a sudden reversal. Sharp squeeze and sudden reversal. S&P is now breaking above the prior day low, so a monster move in the S&P 500 here. Quite a big move in the S&P. Again, I'm looking at a short on Abercrombie & Fitch. Day trade short and a swing trade level coming into play very shortly. Look, in terms of a profit target off of a reversal on Abercrombie & Fitch, anywhere between $1.50 to $3.58. This is your neckline of your inverse head and shoulders. If we have a blow off move, I'm expecting a reversal back down to this low 182 range. We're still seeing some pressure coming back into the equity markets. NVDA, Microsoft, Google, everything had a really substantial push. But a nice recovery on the S&P. And the important thing now is the S&P going to try to get above that prior day low. Still technical resistance. It's still a short off of this region. As you can see, that short trade has worked out well. But does this just turn into consolidation to move higher? We'll find out. Damn, man, Abercrombie and Fitch is just teasing us here. Again, 185 was my, anything above 185, I said that was a good technical short, but I was just being a little bit prudent, waiting to see if we were going to squeeze and make a nice blow-off move. It still could push up there, but again, any point here, Abercrombie can easily decline, 1 to 3%, especially when the market is still weak across every sector. Yes, retail is still showing some relative strength in comparison to the indices, but definitely an extended name, just even on a technical basis. We're seeing NVIDIA selling off here. Tesla's looking quite firm. It's been weird price action in NVIDIA today. So when I'm looking at NVIDIA in the Qs, NVIDIA's just been teetering at this prior day high. And it is showing signs that, there might be a bit of a bullish formation, but NVIDIA is a crazy chart. Another day it's positive on the session, keeping some an underlying bid in the market. Alright guys, I am now short ANF here, 186.15, 186.15. Starter position. Short ANF 186.15. I'm also holding it as a day trade, and this is a swing trade level, so I have a bit of a swing trade and day trade level approaching simultaneously. Again, this is a very extended chart. On the day trade side, I'm looking for about a move down here to this 182.70. Swing trade side, I could see Abercrombie and Fitch retesting about 165, 170 at the minimum. Yeah, in the near term, the market has held up well, given the yields and the Dixie. But keep in mind, we had a gap down. There was a massive gap down. You had your pre-market low on the Qs around 455.25. S&P was at 525.61 pre-market low. So they have held up well, but definitely a lot of selling. You've definitely had some individual technology-based stocks keeping the market buoyant. Nat Gas continuing to make some new lows here. And the market should be holding up well. You have Apple up 0.91%, you have NVDA up 0.53%, so there's still that individual strength. S&P is getting a nice boost here. You have nat gas still falling at 265 currently speaking, down on the session 6.41%. The QQQ is at a fairly interesting spot here. The S&P has still been struggling below its prior day low, but trying to firm up as we speak. Going for another test of this key resistance and wedge pattern that it's forming. Any sort of move above prior day low could result in a bullish price action rally for the S&P. But keep in mind, the majority of sectors of the S&P are all still red on this session. You just have a handful of individual names propping things up. The likes of NVIDIA through the semiconductors are kind of insulating the Qs at this point. Amazon, Google are both slightly green at this point. Canopy Growth, interesting enough, that's turned green. Qs are starting to come down again. The S&P is also coming down. Microsoft just rolled back over to the downside at the moment. Tesla's giving up a lot of the rally that it had. Apple curling down at the moment, so it does look like the Qs are under a bit of pressure in the near term. QQQ seeing some more downward pressure. There comes a nice breakdown in the Qs. Abercrombie and Fitch breaking down. QQQ testing that little bit of a neckline zone. This is an important area for the Qs because it is shaping up for that head and shoulders to break down. So the sell-off is happening from a lower high. Still trying to live to fight another day off of that neckline, but it is looking like it's trying to break down here. Oil trading at 79. NVDA is starting to see some downward pressure at the moment. Now we'll see if Microsoft and Apple want to break down. You're really seeing the semiconductor bear or semiconductor ETF coming under pressure here. SOXX seeing some considerable selling. See, the Qs have triggered that bearish pattern. You have the VIX spiking here. Nice little breakdown on the Qs. Looking for a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart. 1, 2. We're looking for another 7 minutes of sell side pressure to occur into this market. That'll give the Qs a nice 3-bar surge off of a breakdown, triggering that head and shoulders. It would likely cause the S&P to also break this neckline, while keeping in mind it does have support trading into this 525.60 area. So we are seeing a bit of sell side. The Dixies again pushing back up. The VIX is catching a bid. Bit of a bounce coming back in. They are trying to save it off of that neckline. The IWM has been pretty much holding for the bulk of the day. So it's been consolidating bearishly at the lows. Looks like it wants to try to make a new low of day, in my opinion. Being rejected off the 50-day moving average. Think ANF is going to 200? Well, let's see. All right, let's see. Anything can happen. 200's certainly would be a bit of a squeeze event, short squeeze event. Baba looks like a buy. Let's take a look at Alibaba. Yeah, what a dump on the market, but an impressive buy and reversal, right? You're still seeing, but the problem now is, you know, NVIDIA is actually looking a little bit weaker here. It's, I mean, still a strong stock on the day, being positive, but its technical chart as of now is just starting to see a little bit of rollover. Looks like NVIDIA may want to potentially test the next support that I have around 1136 and change. We'll see. Nat gas trying to catch a small bid. Oil's trying to catch a small bid off the lows. SMCI is looking pretty bearish on the hourly chart as well as the 30-minute chart. Daily chart, you are hitting some technical support here, but another important metric for the semiconductor space is this AVGO. This AVGO is a leading semiconductor name. Whenever I see AVGO basically trading under its prior day low, when you have the Qs actually trading technically above, this is a leading stock. So AVGO likely is pointing towards more downside in the market whenever leaders start to lag. And again, this is trading below its prior day low like the S&P, but AVGO is really an important semiconductor metric, huge weighting in the SOXX, and it's actually underperforming the Qs. Qs are trading above. So as long as a name like AVGO also remains weak, there's still a chance that NVIDIA could see additional sell side. That's what I think is, but it's a weak chart all around. It's definitely some bearish hourly formations forming. I could see AVGO wanting to potentially retest this lower boundary trend line around the 1350-ish area. Markets are getting a little bit of a boost here. So there goes the Qs again, guys. QQQ is breaking down. I forgot to look at Baba, Alibaba. That's Chewy. Chewy up 28% right now. Wow. Yeah, so another gap down on Baba. Technically, yeah, you're at this support range, right? You are at this bit of a range here. You know, I would like to see it come down a little bit more, but technically they are defending it off of this zone for now. It's still a negative tape for Baba. It's definitely a potential viable support range for a starter position. You had your technical breakout. Now you're back testing your first major support area. So yeah, it's not a bad area for Baba. Certainly not a bad area. Let's see if we're running into any sort of a fib retrace from those highs. You can see you're slicing through the, actually you're tagging the 50 right now, the 50% retrace. So there is some Fibonacci support. Let's see from this low. See if you use that low, this impulse breakout candle low, you can see maybe Baba wants to come down to 76.80-ish. That's where I'd probably be a bigger buyer in my opinion. I'll add an alert there. Microsoft curling down at the moment. Guys, I'll add to my ANF short at 188 and 190. 188 and 190. No problem, Paul, no problem. Intel's also coming down. That's another semi that's looking a little bit bearish on the intraday hourly chart. It's obviously hitting the lower end of the range. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to step away for a sec. Alright guys, just jumping back into the swing of things here. We've obviously seen the S&P decline pretty much to the low of this range, right on the neckline of this head and shoulders bearish formation that has been on the cusp of kind of triggering all day. The QQQ has actually broken down itself, testing its prior day lows. So as of now, you're trying to see buyers swoop in and defend that area. The Dixie's been grinding higher all day long at 105.11. The 10-year yield sitting at 1.45%. So we've obviously seen the yield stay firm. We've seen oil continue to weaken here. Oil's had a pretty big down day itself, down 1.39%. You've seen gold, silver, commodity complex hit, nat gas hit today. You look at uranium, that's been hit. So every single sector is pretty much under pressure today. Copper included, another 1.47% down on copper. Lumber down. So again, a lot of red on the tape today. And a matter of, does NVIDIA finally give up some of these gains that has really been keeping the QQQ buoyant? So are we ever going to see NVIDIA give back some of these gains? Because at the moment, the market is going through a lot of sell side pressure, but generally speaking, the indices are still relatively staying firm in a way. So we've just been range bound throughout the entire session. Pretty much shorting the high of this wedge pattern has worked. Buying the lows has worked. As of now, they are trying to defend the lows. We'll see if it wants to press. Nat gas has been phenomenally weak on the session. It's continuing to be under pressure. A couple of you thinking Abercrombie and Fitch can hit 220. I'm not seeing that, but I guess anything's possible in this crazy market. Anything's possible in this crazy market. Huge bounce there in the S&P, really big bounce. We'll see if that was just a way to burn some premium, some theta. They've been chopping this market back and forth all day long. Still have Tesla hanging on to some positivity. That's up 0.27. NVIDIA's up 0.86. Apple up 0.56. Intel's really been struggling here. Yeah, I agree, Chris. That's why I was just asking consensus here. You know, 2 more trading days left till the end of the month. Institutions like to window dress a little bit. So you're probably going to see some peculiar price action in some individual names. You know, considering every sector's red today, I still have to lean bearish. Considering the dollar and yields are strong, I still think bearish. Gold and silver obviously being hit. Silver not as much, but gold is. You know, there's still some interesting names kind of performing at the moment. Despite the sell side pressure, you still have some individual names, you know, Netflix, DaVita, HCA, Uber, Marathon Oil, Lululemon, showing some buying pressure. But net, a lot of distribution today. Semiconductor ETF SOXX is down sharply on the session. I mean, if we just track that SOXX, it's still technically trading underneath its previous day low, which makes me think that at some point the Qs today, maybe into the late day close, break below its prior low. Again, you generally want to see relative outperformance in the semiconductors, and you're seeing relative weakness today. So that being said, I have to lean a little bit more on the bearish front. You can argue this is a bit of a bear flag, bearish wedge forming on the SOXX chart. The Russell's catching a nice bounce. Nat gas still looking pretty weak here. A little oversold intraday. Apple curling down here, Microsoft chopping sideways to higher, Google trying to curl up, Meta trying to push up here. I'm seeing a Broadcom AVGO. That ticker's trying to get a nice little bid here. Over the last 40 minutes, it's seeing a substantial amount of buying pressure. So that's an important metric to the overall SOXX. Huge push in the market here. Stunning push. monster push here into the 323 period. Indices are getting a really substantial push to the upside. Let's see if it can hold or if they take us right back down to the low of the range. But mega cap tech just waved the magic wand to the upside, and you're seeing a huge push. A really substantial push. Remember, they can still push it up more. The volume is still fairly light across the board. Now this is where the markets may want to try to break out into the end of the session. You've actually had this almost this A, B, C, three-wave correction, 1, 2, 3 dips. Now you're going to try to push higher to see if we can break out. So key point here for the markets, we'll see what it's made of. Nice surge continuing. Big push. So it looks like they're trying to ramp up this market into the close power hour. They're trying to give the whole market a facelift. Again, we're still stuck under prior day low on the S&P, but the QQQ has been defended. The Qs have been defended. Can the Nasdaq break out here? You're certainly seeing some positive flow coming into Google, Microsoft, NVDA. Meta is now participating. But keep in mind, we've been in this region now once, twice, 3 times at that prior day low on the SPY, and all 3 short trades have worked out off of that zone. Eventually, going back to the cookie jar too many times gets you a little bit burned. But just recognize it has worked thus far. Huge push in the markets. You're seeing the Dixie softening here, 10-year yield a touch softening. Big power stick in the QQQ NASDAQ sector. Monster push across the board. You can see the S&P is now above its prior day low. NASDAQ still has room to at least 458.10ish before it runs into this pivot high resistance. S&P is pushing. You're seeing a lot of buying pressure coming through. The question is, are they using the fuel too quickly here? Are they using the nitrous too quickly? Do they take us back lower? We still have nice 30 minutes left in the session. Anything can happen. So far the QQQ is down 0.4%. Big reversal there. So a lot of volatility coming in. NASDAQ seeing some downward pressure. Anonymous saying Dixie had failed the 105.12 a couple days ago. Looks like it failed again. I wouldn't be so quick to judge the Dixie yet. You know, it's technically breaking out of a bullish inverse head and shoulders. It hasn't really failed here yet. You're above the 50 daily moving average, but it hasn't failed here yet. It's currently just into that zone right now in the Dixie, so I would honestly give it the benefit of the doubt. Why? Because you're coming up to challenge that area again, but you're challenging it from a higher low. So if we look at the Dixie chart's looking extremely bullish right now. You know, whether or not it's because of inflationary narrative driving it, whether or not it's for geopolitical risks, maybe there's, you know, some more fear coming to the mark with Taiwan and China military exercises there. But look at this chart of the Dixie. Again, I see the resistance pivot you're seeing that we failed at, but we're now testing that resistance from a higher low. So it doesn't need as much momentum to get through that area. That's how I view it. And I actually think that the Dixie is going to get through it. You can see the S&P is seeing some selling here. Expedia has now turned green, guys. Wonderful move there. Anyone so inclined, EVIX, yeah. Yeah, men's battle for 105.12. There isn't a men's battle. Anyone so inclined, UVIX is 666. Thank you there. A little bit superstitious. Notice the small caps are trying to also firm up off of the lows here. I am seeing some weakness creeping back into Microsoft and Meta, while Google staying firm, Tesla staying firm, NVDA, Amazon trying to stay firm here as well. Nat gas still trickling lower, now trading at 266. Abercrombie and Fitch is starting to see some really immense price action here. Again, we are holding short so far. So far, NVIDIA up another 1%. You can see the correlation is clear with NVIDIA and the Qs. NVIDIA above prior day high. Way outperforming the NASDAQ QQQ. Yes, I sold half. I sold half and moved the stop loss to break even. I still think they'll get in the money. We got plenty of time on the clock. I still think the Russell, believe it or not, has a chance to get down to about 195. That's my lower end of my target, where I think there could be a bounce, but based off of where the Dixie and yields are trading, I see 195 on the Russell. So if you're wanting to get into more IWM puts, just give yourself time on the clock. Recognize though that we have also had, a harsh reversal yesterday, a gap down today. They can try to pin the market sideways for the time being, so just recognize that it is month end. I'm not expecting any more crazy downside for the rest of the week. I'm actually expecting a sideways chop in the market. Now, it could be wrong, but I'm expecting them to keep the markets kind of pinned in this region. And if you look at today's choppy price action, I mean, look at this range that we've been stuck in really since you put in this 1030 high pivot. S&P pushing right back up. Abercrombie and Fitch declining sharply now, so our short trade is now already in the money on this ANF. I'm seeing a lot of people still bullish this name after it's had such an astonishing run on the weekly chart, and pretty much I believe that this is the near-term top. Could I be wrong? Yes. And again, the last time ANF traded on the monthly chart, this high was your .com bubble. To think, eh? That's the last time we've seen this speculation mania in some of these names. Your .com. And we've even superseded that. Quite extraordinary price action. Guys, I just took a high risk put option on ANF, a 180 put expiring end of the week. A 180 put expiring end of the week. This is super high risk. Super high risk. Can go up in my face, trade a size for loss, but looking for a 180 put. Let's play ball. I got filled at $1.70 on my 180 put. That could hit today. Kind of, it would be a little bit of a lotto trade if it does hit. Yeah, the Dixie pushing again, another new high of day. It has broken loose. ANF coming down. Oil still weak. Again, what's interesting, the equity market is believing the sell-off, and so are commodities. So when you have both markets confluencing, the commodity market and the equity market, they're both believing this yield move and the dollar move. So it's a serious sell-off, which is why we want to, give it the respect that it's due. Indices are trading at all-time highs. You've had that massive technical setup on the weekly chart of the S&P 500 that the last technical setup we saw was 4 years ago during COVID. You're seeing meme stock squeeze like crazy across the board, trapping out liquidity. I mean, look at this INBX. Like, what the heck is going on with this thing? Holy, INBXV up 1,260%, guys. Is that even the right ticker? INBXV? I guess so. Trading at 13. No, that's not the right one. That's also not the right one. I don't know, it's not coming up, but regardless. What do you mean, Bart? How do I buy my positions? Like what brokerage, what routing code, limit orders, market orders. That's a good strategy, that one that you just mentioned. For me, I usually say I'm taking 100,000 and putting it into 4 entries. I just go 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000. So I usually do equal entries, but scaling in your version does give yourself the ability to have a better dollar cost average in the event that you're wrong on your first couple entries. So it's not a bad way for you to scale in, like you mentioned. But I usually just do 4 to 5 equal entries. So for instance, on Abercrombie and Fitch here, 186, and that 193.25, those are equal entries. Sometimes if price gets really extreme, you'll see me do a little bit of a larger add at the final, at the last entry, around that last entry point. If we can get these puts to go in the money on Abercrombie and Fitch, that would be a really stunning move. So again, we took 185 puts on ANF, expiring the end of the week. We also have a little bit of a short exposure with common shares. You're welcome. S&P still trickling down here, trying to see some more selling. Seeing the SOXS catching a really sizable bid. NVDA seeing a sharp decline, so is Microsoft. So really sharp decline coming into the semis late in the session here. Dixie making a new high, QQQ, S&P, Russell lagging here at the moment. Amazon seeing some harsh selling. Google coming down. As we're into the final 13 minutes here, the Qs are down 0.6%. SPY's down 0.62. Russell's down 1.39. VIX is up 3.9. 10-year yield's up 1.36. There's going to be lots to discuss because I think we've had some pretty clinical breakouts across the boards in yields. The dollar market, some pretty classic breakdowns in what appears to be some other individual ETFs and sectors. So there's going to be lots to discuss in today's report. Obviously the bellwether name NVIDIA is still remaining super strong on the session. Another day where you see the NASDAQ down and Apple positive. It almost seems like Apple's an inverse NASDAQ play, which who would have ever thought that? Trading Apple for many years, it was always the bellwether for the NASDAQ, and it's definitely lost that bit of a correlation with the NASDAQ over the last, I would say, 18 months since NVIDIA's gone on its run. NVIDIA's become the new bellwether stock of the NASDAQ, really kind of overtaking Apple in the near term. So quite fascinating, I think. Very fascinating. Would you go long Ulta here? You know, we did discuss Ulta. A couple people brought up Ulta a few days ago, and honestly, I was a little intrigued off of this area for Ulta already. But I was looking at 351, 350, 351. That was my area on Ulta. I know you could probably get an extreme oversold dead cat bounce in this region, but my ultimate level for Ulta is just a little bit lower. And it's really trading with the equity markets, even though it's extremely oversold, both on the daily and the weekly time frame. And can you get a bounce here? Absolutely, but I'm just going to wait a little bit lower for Ulta, personally speaking. I do like the name. It has gone through a nice depressed sell-off from the highs. It is trading into some support, but I want to see it maybe hit this 618, make a new low. I want to see this 618, or sorry, not the 618, the 50% hit on Ulta. That's kind of where I'm buying. But I mean, there's tons of support here. There is tons of support. It's actually hitting a very technical level. I mean, you draw your pivot across this high, and you can see how technical Ulta was before off of this bounce. Just simply speaking, coming into this pivot high in an extremely oversold fashion, got you a bounce and actually made new highs. So don't get me wrong, it's extremely oversold. Extremely oversold, but it might want to do one more dip down. Again, into earnings. If this gap down on earnings, I would be a buyer. So earnings are what? Tomorrow? I hope this gap downs on earnings. Hope it has a big gap down on earnings. All right, the markets are breaking down here into the close. You are seeing the QQQ, Nasdaq, SOXS is breaking out here to the upside. So semiconductor bear ETF catching a really sizable bid, as the Qs are also seeing some harsh sell side pressure late into the close here. Final 9 minutes of the trading session, and they are breaking these markets down. They are breaking these markets down at the moment. Here comes the flush in the Qs, breaking that prior day low. Things are flushing with extreme force at the moment. Nasdaq breaking down. Things are looking very, very grim at the moment. Huge breakdown in the Nasdaq, and that was to be expected, right? That was to be expected. Final 8 minutes of the session here. Huge breakout to the upside in the semiconductor bear ETF. Huge, huge breakout. So a nice dump in the markets here, guys. QQQ kind of playing catch up to the downside, now trading with the S&P under its prior day low. So this kind of confirms the bear trend, and it does look like they want to push the Nasdaq. Maybe they want to push it down to 453.70. Not today, but could be another gap down tomorrow. The way they're closing this market, they're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Again, the sell-off is fairly light volume today. It's nothing crazy strenuous on the market, but you have seen that confirming sell-off occur across equity prices and commodity prices, which is always something that you want to take note of. Does the sell-off correlate across, different sectors, different asset classes, or is it just bonds that's selling off? Is it just equities? Right now it's pretty much everything. Bonds, equities, and commodities. So the three major asset classes are coming into some pressure here. Bitcoin still holding at 67.43, but NVDA is really breaking down here. NVIDIA is seeing some harsh selling. Now testing 11.43, almost going negative NVIDIA. Can they flush NVIDIA to the negative side into the close? That's certainly a potential. That would be definitely not a nice close if they flush NVIDIA down. And they are continuing to hit semis. What a down move in the markets. Into the close here, they are flushing things, pushing things right back down. Can the Qs hit the pre-market low? That would be quite a stunning sell-off. More sell-side pressure coming to the tape, guys. This is a huge dump across the board. A really sizable decline. They are throwing the baby out with the bathwater here into the end of the close. The VIX is catching a really big spike. The dollar's at the highs. Oil's at the lows. Pretty much the markets are at the lows. So a nice considerable decline into the close. Good to see that SOXS, is looking quite bullish right now heading into tomorrow. You're shaping up for a huge inverse head and shoulders potential breakout here, which does shape up for more of a decline in the market. S&P now testing a considerable level. This support level breaks on the SPY, and we're going to go lower. You bet your butt we're going to go lower. So pretty sizable decline. The markets are still selling off here. Let's see where that pre-market low on the S&P is trading at, because we might be actually under it or getting pretty close. We're right at pre-market low. Take a look at that. We lose pre-market low on the semis, and that just shows you how bearish this market is today. But some fairly good trades for us. Some fairly good trades right now for us. Some nice profits secured on KOLD. Finally getting some positive action there. Expedia calls went well. We hit an IWM, a beautiful trade on the IWM. And then that Chewy position. I mean, Chewy's still showing exceptional strength, up 27.3. We caught a big chunk of that move on Chewy. Our markets are trying to settle down here. You can still see the SPYs testing that pre-market low. SOXS is testing that neckline breakout. So which way are they going to try to take this? Final 2 minutes here. They are giving them indices a little bit of a facelift. Just a touch of a facelift. Just as the equity markets try to bounce, they're getting sold into again. NVDA is getting a nice bounce though. Nat gas appears to be wanting to test the low of day again. So here you have the S&P still selling off. The SOX is breaking out to the upside, guys. All right, markets are set to close here, and they are now closed. So good session for us. Nice job, members, taking profits on KOLD, our IWM, Expedia calls, and of course Chewy day trade long. That was a sublime trade that everyone should have caught. I will have lots to discuss. The video analysis will be out a little bit later, but it's been a pleasure trading with you all. Hopefully you're able to pull some profits from the market here. It's been a great opportunity for TC members here. So nice job trading, and hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow on the charts. Again, members, stay tuned for the analysis, as I will have lots to discuss around both bonds, equities, and commodities. So if you haven't tuned in, definitely check out my Trading Capital website, and hopefully we can see you on the charts a little bit later. Take care, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your eating.